All right, yeah. We're going back to 15 here. This is going to be some real ancient crawl. Oh, well, I mean, Bloxor, I started in point oh three, so we're both old. I don't even think you can use the mouse to pick your thing here. What are their... Pretty sure I'm taking short blades, but everything's -1. Okay. I can take short blade or mace. I'm down for either. The thing is, like, with... Well, I'm going to be a death knight anyway, I guess. Yeah. Yeah, I guess I'll take short blade. Oh, right. It's all, like... Zoom in a little bit. These old versions, I don't even know how to, like, get the thing to be big. Yeah, for sure. Like, basically, they're like... They have very high regen, but can't heal with potions. That's their like whole thing, and they have innate spirit, like sharing their MP and health. They have an anti-magic bite, and immune to rotting. I never even thought of that or knew it. But yeah, you have to figure out a way to... They have low HP and they can't heal, so you need to be like attacking to keep your stuff filled, or you have to find a god or something else that helps you heal. Yeah, it goes up like pretty high. Oh, it's not even listed here, but it gets I forgot at what level because it doesn't tell you in these versions, but as you level up, your regen gets even faster, like your MP and your HP regen. So that's their whole thing. They're the type of character that you would like train strength on because they like heavy armor, but you might still use like a small... You can cast like any caster I've ever had, I always end up swapping to melee because they're just like they're hard. They're very hard to not wear heavy armor on because they're so fragile. Yeah, but this is like this is a hilarious Death Artist RC file that's like been like heavily modified and you know a lot of copy and pasting from other things for sure. Okay, so I have animate remains, right? That's hilarious. I have animate remains and I don't have 2 MP. Invo does give me MP, as does spellcasting. It's kind of an interesting choice here. That is not my usual thing. Training spellcasting to 5 to me is not good, as opposed to like training fighting. Yeah, I get it, but like I don't know. I do want some MP just to be able to use my ability, but invocations also gives me MP somewhat and is also useful. Training it, the thing with spellcasting is like training it to get it to get MP is like I don't know. It seems dubious as opposed to like training something that actually does something. Hey, thanks for the follow, Deshaka. Invocations is piety, yeah, but it also gives you MP to a lesser degree. I wonder if this works. Does this like talk about stuff? Yeah, okay, that's what I thought. Yeah, I'm gonna train some invo for the MP just to be able to like use the ability. Okay, a runed mace. I'm not gonna wield anything that I find right away because curses exist. Okay, we got our 2 MP. Now, what am I wearing? Am I wearing like light armor? Yeah, I'm wearing leather. And I have 3 + 3 stealth apt. I think the first thing I'm gonna do is train stealth to like 2. Let's also grab that corpse. Okay. Do all spellcasting skills give MP? No, the specific spell casting skill gives MP, and Invocations does to a lesser degree. Evocations does not impact max HP in current crawl. So if you're like say you're like a berserker, like you're with Trog, who doesn't allow you to cast or train spell casting, you can't just train Evo. You have to train Invo, which is useless otherwise. Well, it's not HP. It's MP. But if you have Spirit, you're using MP, as HP because you have like it'll draw from your MP reserve when you take damage. Oh yeah, let's turn on jabs, needles, nets, tomahawks. Jeez. As you can see, Death Knight is just completely busted early game. There's no reason I should have all these summons. No. That's what this is for. It really is for like people asking questions and learning. So yeah, don't be afraid to ask questions. Okay. Control F period. Let's see if we missed anything. I see a scale mail. I'll grab that. There's no like skill targeting in this version, unfortunately. Yeah, probably just gonna train fighting. And yeah, I really don't like putting anything on until I know. Until I have remove curse. I like the stealthy berserkers. Like I enjoyed playing Felid Berserker and Spriggan Berserker and Octopode Berserker, and that was like before Talisman. So you were pretty much just stuck being that. It was interesting. Yeah, here I'm just taking strength. Interesting thing about Vinestalker is their bite keys off of strength. So even if you're using a short sword in modern crawl, I would still what do you call it? Pump strength, even if the weapon key's off dex. These things hit for 9. Okay. Yeah, putting on junk when you have a bunch of scrolls. I've used that strat in the past with mixed results. Yeah, this version does have curses, which means stuff sticks to you and is sometimes bad. Does the bite give you more MP with more damage strength? I'm not sure. I don't think that affects it, but I don't know for sure. I just know like in modern versions, the bite does key off of strength, so I would always train it. And you always want to be wearing heavy armor anyway. Yeah, there's like cursed rings of teleportation. There's cursed amulet of inaccuracy. That's like horrible. There's a lot of bad stuff you can get for sure. I have nothing to like throw at this guy. Definitely don't want to die to something that's slower than you. Just not a reason to. Yeah, Vinestalker caster is generally not good. I've done I've done I've done them all. I've done a Vinestalker range character, I've done a Vinestalker mage, and I've done a ton of Vinestalker melee guys or mages that turned into to melee guys. And yeah, it's very difficult to do. You want to be like, if you do cast spells, you want them to be ones that are efficient, that you cast at the beginning of battle. Like you cast them and then you bite to get your MP back. If you play the mage combos, you will cast in the beginning because that's what your way of killing things. But I tended to like steer them into melee eventually. I tend to like to take gods that help me. I took a bunch. I took a menagerie of gods, but I think the best ones are like Gozag lets you heal. Gozag's probably the best, but Oka is also good, and Ellie lets you heal and is pretty good too. All right, I'm gonna back up from these adders. I don't want to fight two adders at once. I barely want to fight one. Yeah, and by barely I mean I don't want to fight them. If I'm being honest. Well, I can actually, if I can get my zombies in order, I can pull them up into this, and that would make me feel fine. Ashen's is amazing. It's like one of the best gods for mages. Definitely the best god for Null. I don't care for it on Vinestalker. It just doesn't really solve Vinestalker's problems. But generally speaking, I think Ash is one of the best gods. Oh, that was stupid to stand there. All right, we're fine. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I like playing cautiously, but really Ash just like has a lot of small bonuses and also just allows you to either get spells up like out of depth spells way early or just learn a bunch of spells from different books very easily. By the end of the game, you have like 5 or 6 free levels of stuff, which is like absurd. Like when you've trained, like 15, like 12 or 13 in a spell school, and then you get 5 levels for free on top of that. It's very, very strong. Bring my short blade up to like 2 or so. Yeah, I mean, being cautious is just the way you succeed in this game. There's just like, if you take a lot of chances where there's like some percentage that you die, and there's like thousands of trials over the course of the game, you're eventually gonna die. Okay, we got a blowgun. Eight steel jabs. Okay, those The steel weapons do a ton of damage. Okay, I noticed we got a scroll stack. There's a knoll. I don't care for halberd knolls. Yeah, he just basically slaughtered my whole squad. Oh shit! Yeah, see, I swapped to the blowgun and it's cursed, which is not good. So hopefully we have remove curse, or this is going to be a very interesting run. Okay, thank God. Oh yeah, I kind of did punt by not equipping my other stuff first. But the problem would be if I didn't have remove curse, and then I have a lot of bad stuff equipped. So maybe it wasn't a punt. Yeah. No, I think equipping might have been bad there. Let's pull this guy up. Wow. D3 Pargy, huh? Is this guy fast at all? Oh, I thought I had dudes here. No, unfortunately, he didn't drop troll leather. Okay, boots. An uncursed blowgun. All right, let's head down. Ugh. It's not good. Yeah, this is a very long way. Oh, I have a scroll of fog at least, so there's a chance. No, now he's adjacent. It's pretty bad. Okay. Seems fair. Yeah, I mean D3 Orc Priest adjacent. It's pretty bad. It's Natasha. If I can bring her up into this, I'll be fine. There's Grinder, who didn't wake up. Thank goodness. I kind of want to avoid where Grinder is, even though he's still asleep. I just don't want to even be near there. Oh, sweet. Remove curse. All right, let's go. Okay, so Dagger of Draining seems fine, and I don't mind the Scale Mail. I might just stick with this for... Oh, I have another Remove Curse, too, I guess. Yeah, I'm just going to stick with the Chain. Wow, a lot of Orc Priests. All right, let's back it up. Wow, look where it shot him. Bulwark the Orc. Okay. This guy's impossible to pull up because he has a trident. Okay, he's an Orc Priest, but he recall squad. Yeah, Rosone. I tend to stream on weekdays like 9 a.m. Eastern till like noon. Yeah, in this version, in new versions, he turns into like a pile of bats. In this version, he's just kind of a dude with like every level 1 spell. Okay. I don't tend to stream on weekends. My weekends I work. I tend to work. Usually, like on Monday, that's my day off. I'll often stream a little longer since I don't have to go anywhere. Yeah, I know, blokes. It's pretty sweet, huh? um, it's my armor. 1, 2. Yeah, I could probably squeeze an AC here. Actually, let me look at my abilities. Yeah, actually, let me grab a little more info. Oh, there's a lot of priests. Okay, not bad, not bad. I think I can grab. It's probably not worth it. I think I'm just gonna grab some more fighting. Yeah, Blork is not a big deal in this version. Oh, this thing just eats my jabs. That's nice. Twitch wants me to clip something that goes viral for cred. Quick say something controversial for attention. Yeah. I don't know. In my opinion, Merfolk should be removed from the game. Also, Formicids are the worst species. No one would believe me if I said Ashanzari was really bad. I've been like a staunch supporter of Ash, and I think I'm like might be one of the people who use Ash the most. Yeah, I'm second behind Dilly for like most using Ash. It'd be a tough one to sell. I don't know. Is Ashen's under or overrated or just rated? I think like people know Ash is very good. I mean, the devs certainly know it. It's been nerfed like at least 5 times. Yeah, I mean, I don't like Ash on straight up melee guys. Really, I don't think it's good there, but it's very good for mage. Saw plate armor. I'll probably check that out. Okay, remove curse. Amulet of resist corrosion. Okay. Ashen's Ari is just the best god on Null. I don't think it's particularly close either. Or maybe you mean Shay. I'm judging by your sentence that you meant to say Che and not Ash. But Ashen's Ari is the best god on Null. Null is just OP early and late, but can't focus, and Ash allows you to focus. So, and is also just one of the best gods in general. So it works out pretty well for them. You don't gain stats though with Ash. You gain it gives you boost to your skills. Yeah, Ash like when you curse stuff, it gives you like better gives you boost to your skills basically. No. No, not changing gear as anything is really not that big of a deal. Like if you just wear the best gear, and if you need to swap gear, you just blow it up and put a new one on. If you're really worried about swapping for resist or whatever, you can leave a ring uncursed, or it's pretty common. Swapping gear is not something that's like it's not a big deal. You generally just wear the best stuff. Yeah, Null is a do what you want. Well, it's not do what you want. It's do what you find, really. You know, your stats are somewhat gonna your stats are strength, int, and dex, and those will impact you somewhat. Like early on, if you start a melee guy, Null, you're just gonna be melee, and if you start a mage, you're gonna be a mage. Later on, when your stats get into the teens, then you can start doing both. But it's not like you just get to like do everything from the start, you know. All right, sweet. I got that one into Vesta zombies. Yeah, the reason they're so good early is that you start with of a ton of skill in whatever you started in. So, you know, you start as a conjurer, you just start with a ton of conjurations. You start as a uh delver, you start with 7 stealth. It's just you know, it's very good like that. Okay, we got an ossuary. I'm going to read mapping here. Wow, huge map. Okay, I'm going to use a staircase that's closer to the ossuary. Yeah. So you start off very strong, and then by the end, because you have like high stats, you end up being very strong again. Like you're wearing like you can cast in heavier armor, and then you find like boomerangs, and you can throw them. You know, I did an extended run with a knoll where I just randomly found Punk, which is a very powerful range like great sling, and I was just able to use it without training it. Um, it's very strong. You just have to go with what you find, though. The more you're like, the more you use what you find, the better off you'll be. Nice. Okay, Red gave us a mummy. He is slow though. Oh boy, this is something about old versions though. Who knows what he does? Well, he's a deep elf knight. What could he possibly do? He probably didn't learn too many spells, right? Well, I guess we'll figure it out. And worst comes to worst, I'll run. Let me injury mirror. Actually, maybe that might help. Oh, because I don't know. All right, we're winning. Yeah, those free roaming ghosts are very scary. Okay, this drain dagger is not going to do a ton here. I'm probably going to switch. What sort of flaming seems much better here? Wow. Okay, sweet. This is a good one. It's like a nice like 2 ossuary. Yeah, definitely try to get to these ossuaries and bailies and sewers. They're very low challenge level for a ton of loot. Enchant armor. We'll throw that on boots. Also recommend cashing in your enchant armors as soon as you find them. Oh, there's a version where there's like death curses because I just noticed my short sword is cursed. It's not the end of the world though. Okay, there's a centaur. Let's recall. Yes, it's a common thing for as a new player to want to try to save things, but the fact is the game is um, always hardest right now. You don't want to save enchant armor scrolls. Not to mention the fact that like you know how many games I end with just regular boots, cloak. Like it's not unlikely that I end up with these at the end of the game. So like holding on to them is just really wasted value. You know, you're kind of saving them for this theoretical gold dragon scales you're going to find for the last 10% of the game. And then a bunch of the time you're just going to find like an artifact armor that you wear and not be able to use them. Uh so like yeah, fear of missing out is another thing too. But there's a lot of things that are like when you first start playing it seems like they don't feel good, but you really got to like steel your emotions and do what you need to do to survive. Use things early, use things like err on the side of caution when it comes to using consumables and things like that. Yeah, exactly. And like you're going to save your enchant scrolls and then or save things and then you might even survive and then but you ended up using like an extra heal wounds haste or whatever or you know it ends up costing you. Yeah, I don't think it's the worst. I do tend to hold off on that, but if I have if I'm playing a character that has like very limited slots, like if I'm playing a draconian, I'm very likely to enchant my shield up early. Yeah, I think you just gotta like, but just as a general strategy and also tactic, use stuff early. Like use your enchant armor early, use your potions early in a fight. You know, do everything early, and you'll find. Um, I need to start IDing potions. Speaking of which, uh, you'll find the game clicks. You know, like do it almost on faith if it feels wrong. Like just do it on faith that you should be using all your stuff. You'll see people say stuff like that too. Like I don't this was impossible to get out of. I can't just be using my stuff every time or I'll run out of stuff. Like that is just the wrong approach to the game. You just need to use your stuff. It's just what it is. Yeah, exactly. It's because you play. There's other games where you're supposed to save, and it's because those games don't have permadeath. So it's like it's fine to save if you can always reload or whatever, but it's just that those strategies don't work in games with permadeath. This game really it doesn't reward sentimentality. Like you really need to it's like with Ashen Zari, like you need to be like cursing stuff and then setting it on fire to like light a cigar. Like you can't be like this was my brother's last, gift to me. Like you just got to put it on, use it for what it is, blow it up and you move on to you develop your character. It's like I got a poison axe. Jeez. Okay. Just want to make sure I grab the stuff I want before I raised it. Oh, did I miss that? Yeah, you just gotta really just be I mean, I don't know. You just gotta be an animal. You gotta really use your stuff aggressively. The game gets so much easier when you do that. And it's because psychologically it just feels like getting the gift feels so good, right? That you don't want to delay it. Cause I'm the same way. I love getting new gear. That's one of my favorite things in the game. But it really to me it feels worse to die and have to play the game over than it does feel good to get that gift a few hundred turns earlier. And it feels really bad when you die because you didn't like hero. Yeah, I don't have any remove curse, so let's keep it moving. What am I training, by the way? Still fighting, right? Let's get some armor here. My training is don't pay my training is horrible when I don't have skill targets. It's so hard to pay attention to that stuff. Yeah, when I find a remove curse, I'll check out some of these flails. If any of them good, I don't mind using them. I guess I'm gonna be honest, Bloxor. Doing turn count speed running is gonna that's you end up using a lot of bad habits to save turns. You end up playing like a bad player in terms of not regenning to full and getting into unsafe situations. Like the difference is you have to play expertly to get out of those situations. But I certainly don't think turn count gives you good habits. I mean, you do use your stuff, but you also get into bad spots. So, a lot of the game is not getting into the bad spots in the first place. That's a good thing to do, Warzone. Like, yeah, that's true, Bloxor. It does make you less sentimental. Yeah, if you're like that's like such a huge thing. Like, if you look at your deaths, like with an investigative eye, you're gonna be less likely to die that way again, and that's pretty big. It means that like your death was fruitful at least. For me, it usually takes 2 or 3 of those deaths to learn something. It took a lot of. I'll tell you one thing. One habit that took me a long time to break was like I'm on the stairs with like things around me, and in a bad situation, I would just always go up, even when it was like very bad to do so, because like it takes more than you know a turn to go up. Sometimes you have to do stuff before you go up, even if it gets you out of line of sight of dudes. That was a habit that I needed to die several times before I could break it. Yeah, it's like 2.5 turns, I think. But like that's a common thing. Like there's stuff like for example, there's like 3 centaurs around you and you're at like a very low life total and you're on the stairs and you're just like, well, I go up here. It's like muscle memory. Your hand just does it before you even think. And then some percentage of the time you get shot to death. And then when you live, you're like, oh, I got out. I did it. When you probably should have like read fear or something before you went up. What the hell is this? Why is someone playing a demon spawn berserker in this version? Let's remove curse. Let me see what I got. Flail of crushing. That might be worth it actually. Is there anything else? This amulet. Ooh. Oh no, I already have guardian spirit. Um. Cursed flail of draining. Okay. Yeah, I think I'm gonna go with. I think I'm gonna go with a mace over these short blades. Oh, I haven't learned that lesson yet. Yeah, you have to die. You have to die more. You'll get it. You've played a lot. How much does MP HP boost demigods have noticeable? I mean, it's decent. Like they end up with big pools of stuff and really big stats. I mean, they're fun to play. I mean, it's hard to gauge. Like not having a god is obviously a big drawback, but they do get pretty strong. They're just very nuts and bolts. You don't have a god to save you. You need to, you know, like for example, I played a demigod on stream recently. I did a demigod actually for a like a tutorial mage, just because it was so nuts and bolts and there wasn't a god to and I ended up learning like sublimation of blood. That's not a spell I often learn because you don't have to. Usually there's a god that can give you MP if anything, whether it's Sif, Goes, Vehement, you know. So you end up like learning some spells maybe that you normally wouldn't. But they're like their huge int makes up for their lack of, apts. Yeah, they have low XL aptitude, but you end up with a ton of int. Like, I don't know how new of a version you've played Bloxor, but demigods get 4 of a stat when they level up. Um, and they get to choose like more often. I think you end up with huge stats, so you get big ass int. If you can, the biggest thing is just like finding the spells, I guess. But like, yeah, every 3 levels they get 4 int if you're casting, and they also what's nice is also like if you need to like pivot into something. I've had demigods where I find heavier armor, and because you can just grab 4 strength points, or like say you find like a range weapon, you want to go into range and you level up, and before you know it you have 8 extra decks. It's very easy to pivot into something without stats holding you back. So they are good. It's really just they just don't have a god, and that's like a big drawback. Okay. I got Drain Ambient Life Force, and that's like very good. Yeah, well, no, I don't find them good for the stats make up for their apps in that because you have high int, you can learn different spell schools, and it's not as bad. You don't need as many levels. You can hybridize obviously with almost anything somewhat, but I wouldn't say they're the best for hybridization. Hybridization is like something that really takes a little bit of experience to realize how you do it. You can't just do it from the beginning, generally speaking. Usually it's you become a good mage, and then maybe you incorporate melee if you find something good. Like if you play a summoner, if you play like when I play summoners, a lot of times I'll end up with a pole arm. That doesn't mean I start just like training pole arms right away. It means that like, I find like a trident with venom. I'm like, sweet. I'm not going to train it, but I'll summon stuff and stand behind them and poke rather than do nothing. And then at some point you find like like a demon trident, let's say. It's like, all right, like I'll train up the cheap levels when I have nothing else to do, and you kind of bring it up, but it's something you incorporate slowly. It's not something you try to like um oh sweet. Wait. Yeah, I found a helmet. Nice. Yeah, I would say if you want to hybridize, Knoll is very good. Draconian, Gargoyle, the things that have innate AC tend to be good because you can just focus on being a mage and incidentally have high defenses, and then you can just get a weapon. But when you hybridize, I would strongly recommend like pick a weapon that's got lower investment. Don't try to like use a broad axe or something. Like use like a demon weapon is perfect. But I usually just like if I'm gonna hybridize, like I don't try to, but it's just like I'll find one of a great weapon that's low investment, and that will incentivize me to hybridize. I basically look at it like a spell. Like, would I train this pole arm up if it was a spell? Like put like 12 or 14 levels into a spell school that let me attack from range 2 behind other things, and all at 0 MP. Like just consider all the things a weapon does. Think of it like a spell, and if you would train that spell. If you wouldn't, like if you wouldn't train like a spell that did like adjacent damage, even if it was faster than 1.0 speed. Like, really evaluate it like that, and I think you're less likely to go wrong. Yeah, exactly. Demon whips are good because you put like even 8 levels into a good one, and you'll get some value. But you still don't want to. If you're a mage, why you want to attack stuff? Like, you basically just want to kill like trivial to basically almost trivial enemies and save MP, right? Otherwise, you're better off just using the thing you're good at. You don't want to be attacking non-trivial enemies with a weapon when you're a mage. That's just a recipe for death. Yeah, you're better off learning a spell that extricates you from a situation than fighting until you run out of MP and then starting to attack with your weapon that you're not like, there's melee builds that have trouble with certain enemies attacking. You don't want to be a mage trying to do it. All right, what am I doing here? Because I'm kind of yapping and all right, I'm training maces. Yeah, that's fine. Ooh, whites. Whites can sometimes have very good weapons. Like that dire flail might be big. No, no, it's not big. Got some wands. I'm gonna grab some quick, like 1 or 2 levels of Evo rather. I don't have anything for this guy other than my summons. Potion of Porridge. Oh yeah, at the end of this level, I'm gonna wow, 8-headed Hydra zombie, huh? This guy's just gonna crush all of them. I need to get out of this corridor. Although, yeah, he did it. Yeah, they often do have like very good weapons. Hmm. Yeah, I don't want to just fight this guy like how I am. I think what I'm going to do is go up and quaff ID some things. If I get something good like Might Haste, I come back down. Invis is nice. I got a 5-stack. Curing, okay. Heal wounds does nothing. Might is good. Okay, Might and Invis sound good. This is how I get value from like quaff IDing. Because when you get stacks of these potions like this, you gotta like get them ID'd. I mean, if you get mutation, fine. You quaff the mute. It's probably not gonna be bad. If it is, you got 4. You got a couple more. But the way I get value is just doing it like that on top of stairs with an enemy. If you get the good stuff, you come down and whack it. Okay. Is that a fancy amulet? I can't even tell in this version. I think I'm good against these gnolls. So hard to not overtrain. Does this version have encumbrance? What kind of encumbrance? It doesn't have like range of combat encumbrance. It certainly has like casting encumbrance. Or do you mean like weight? It doesn't have weight. Oh boy. It does have monsters drinking potions and angering me. Oh wow, there's just CPA right there. We're gonna have to come back for that. That's crazy. It's just crystal plate on the floor. I could get that sweet 25 AC, 0 EV. Do I have to remove curses? I do. Let me check this out. Nice. It's got a scroll blinking. Hmm. 18.5 to 23.1. I think I'm gonna stick with the plate for now. No, you didn't misremember. There was weight at some time. When I play like version 11, you'll see all that wonderful weight mechanic. Just immediately invis, huh? Ooh, ballista mites are in this version. This is definitely a fan favorite. What was that? We got the shaft. Yep. I haven't found teleport yet, surprisingly. Let's read mapping. I think that's probably ideal. Okay, we're right like in an orc vault. It's very bad. Let's read fear. Let's go this way. Urig is bad. Let's go up. Okay, there's Erica. Does Erica see in Viz? Doesn't seem like it. Yeah, let's go in Viz. Okay, not bad. Oh, am I like still? Yeah, had auto pickup turned off. I don't think I found Lair yet. Yeah. Ooh, a shield is nice. Still, I want to get my mace down a little bit lower. Ow. Oh, Yurig. That's Yurig. Man, I just can't tell what Yurig even looks like. You know what I'm gonna do though is train some more Invo for what's it called? Drain life. Yeah, I gotta be careful. Some of these tiles are very innocuous. Like this before Yurig hit the gym. Okay, there's Yurig. Lure and put Yurig to bed. Teleportation wand, okay. I think I could take a four-headed Hydra. I'm not sure. Which probably means I should be careful. Let's call off agility. And invis. Just in case. This. What's injury mirror? Damn, Ice Blood Spriggan's ghosts are like haunting me all through these versions. Just infinite Ice Splat Spriggan Death Knights. Okay, good. We got him. Yeah, I found at least like 4, I think, since I started doing this. Okay. Yeah, Drain Life is at 4%. Nice. Let's go back to Maces. Ooh, legendary deck of cards, huh? I've really been utilizing a lot of this stuff just because, like, I just don't have the inventory space a lot of the time. But yeah, we're in pretty good spot right now. We have an okay weapon. We have red at high piety. It seems like my attack speed is at 1.0 to 0.9. I kind of want to get it a little bit better because if I put on the shield, right? Yeah, it's probably worth it though. Let's train some shield. Okay. Do like another level or two a layer, and then we'll call it. Ooh, I'm petrified. It's not good. Oop, I just skipped an ID, I think. Nice. I got a brand weapon. That's good. Now, if I get my endgame weapon, I can use that. Yeah. Let's do one more level of lair, and then we'll call it a stream. Shield is 6.4. I wish I could compare the costs, but probably it's better to bring like maces up to 10, I would think. All right, looks like I'm heading into lair. Middle of lair. Lair 8. There's eight lair levels in this version. So we have an ice cave. I have cold resist. I have one mapping. And as usual in these versions, dicking around with inventory. Probably dropping poly. I don't like poly in old versions. I never know what's what. I'll probably like explore a little bit. Maybe I bump into the ice cave. Like I am. Well, it's not necessarily the ice cave, but it probably is. Yep, there it is. Oh yeah, I'm playing red. So yeah, I want to get my attack speed a little faster before I train anything else. I think. Oh wow, there's also a version where things run, huh? What can I drop? Drop Brilliance. Just gonna drop these cards. Okay. This is a weird ice cave. It's like all zoo animals. Okay. Probably after, like, when Maces hits around 11, I'm gonna hit some armor and shield. Yeah, actually, Maces is good. I'm attacking at 0.8, 0.9. Yeah, let me grab some shield. I do have Wand of Digging, which might be a good way to approach this. Just so I can get closer before I'm in an ice cloud. Okay, or get shot, I guess. I wonder, like, what is the enemy boss of this ice cave? Oh, I just saw a frost giant. Okay, I do have Cure R. That's good. I'm gonna drain. It's Cure R. Ring of Ice. Okay, that's a pretty good ring. Magic resist with cold. I'll take. I don't have a ton of things competing with it. Okay, nothing spectacular, but decent ring and bunch of wands. Let's see what this does. It's lightning. slowing. Is that a fancy amulet? No, just normal amulet. Yeah, just whatever. Drop slowing. Okay, nice and accuracy. Fanagales. That's actually a good one. Fanagales will push stuff off of you. It's kind of like evocable IMB. Wow, flight spell. Wand of Teleportation's a good one. Let's drop this. Wow, I haven't ID'd scroll of teleportation yet. I've got 2 teleportation ones before I've got scroll teleport scrolls. That seems odd. I think I'm just gonna drop the cold ring, pick this up. Okay, let's grab some armor. Currently at 19 AC. Amulet of Rage. No, thank you. Actually, is that like something that it's like a vocable rage? That might not be horrible, actually. Yeah, let's hold on to this. I got nothing else really competing for it, and also it's quick swap. If it's basically just, you know, it's basically just unlimited berserk pop. Not that I use them very often, this far in the game, but could be worth holding on to. I'll just drop the CPA for now. I'll pick it up if I get more strength. I think I checked it. I was just straight up trading like getting AC, but having very little EV. Oh, I immediately gained an AC. All right, well, we'll keep going because I got plate and yeah, 1, 2, 3. So just wait for it to hit 21, and then I'll reevaluate. Basically, my goal on this guy would be to find a demon whip. That would be best case scenario for this. I mean, you know, I haven't trained short blades. If I found a quick blade, I would use it. Okay, so I got to 21. So it looks like every 2.5 levels of armor or so, I'm gaining an AC. Yeah, well, I mean, depending on what else you're using, like being a quote unquote, you're a caster with a knoll, you probably have like, depending on where you are in the game, you probably got enough training in maces anyway to use a demon whip on stuff. But once you find Wormbane, it's like you can safely ignore most other weapons. Yeah, this is where I wish I could see costs, but I don't know. I think I probably can't go wrong training another couple levels of fighting. Let's turn off some things like frost, lightning, magic dart, poly, random, slow. Yeah, I mean, if you found Wormbane in any context, like unless you're like a melee dude who found their end game weapon already, and you're like finding Wormbane late. But when you find Wormbane in a game, generally, like you're doing really well. I mean, I guess you're doing well either way. Either you found Wormbane and like it's like GG's, or you found Wormbane and you're like, I already got things covered. I don't even need this. In which case, you must be in good shape. Jeez. Okay, it's just this plate. Just seeing if there's anything interesting, which looks like there isn't as far as armor goes. Hey, what's up, Gnome? Teleport control. Okay. Your gastronaut had a hat of sniping. I don't know. I think he just found it on the floor and decided to put it on. I've never seen gastronaut do any sniping. I feel like sniping, just based on the name, it should allow you to like get if something is sleeping, it should allow you to get stabs with your range weapon, or at least give you a chance to. Doesn't that feel like what sniping would do? That's just what it does. That's not what it used to do. Did it always do that? I thought it did something else. It gives you a big damage boost versus sleeping enemies. That's awesome. Okay, well, good job, devs. I guess I thought it. I could have sworn I found it and it did something different, but maybe I wasn't using it, so it's less likely I would remember it correctly. This random ass mushroom. You wonder if it stacks? You mean like what if you found sniping on two pieces of equipment? Does the sniping appear on different headgear or on different gear except you know what I mean? Like how would you get it to stack? Oh, a Poe, that's true. Huh. If it's a percentage, it seems like it would, right? I mean, it would be diminishing returns if it was like 50% and then 50% of that. But yeah, that would be still be great. Man, boulder beetles are that old, huh? I didn't know they were around in 15. Boulder beetles feel new. They're around forever, but just as a yak like. Oh, okay. Yeah, that makes sense. There are a lot of things that just don't do anything in these versions. All right. I got a scroll stack. I'll read that by the end. So I still haven't found the acquirement. Ow. These things, it's not going to tell me. All right, we found teleport. Yeah, let me grab another AC. Oh, so stupid that Mind Soul has like a line of fire effect. Just eat Harold, I guess. Okay, this looks like typical like Cataplebis, uh, Yaki type ending. Yeah, I just drop brand and enchant for now. I think I saw a lig somewhere. Oh, I guess I picked it up. Mm, okay, well, let's pull back. Okay, I like that he's firing on my guys instead of me. Okay, corridor with a Cataplebis. Let's pull out here a little bit. Oh, wow. That is amazing loot. +1 shield of protection is really nice. I'm thrilled with that. And we gain like 2 AC, so we can stop on armor for a minute. See, like in a normal game, a modern game, I would definitely train like some dodging here. But I've been in the situation a few times where I train like 8 dodging and don't gain EV and plate. It's like there's some kind of like stop on it if you don't have a certain amount of strength, I think. So, um, yeah, fighting, probably just gonna be fighting. Bring fighting up to like 14 and then shield. Okay. Looks like there's something hidden around here behind these plants. Ooh, a morning star. It's better than a flail, but like with Vinestalker, I tend to use the faster weapon, especially a faster branded weapon versus um a bigger vanilla weapon. Although I do have brand scrolls. I could just brand it. Okay, I guess that's it. Unless there's something hidden behind these trees I don't know about. Okay. We could just go check out Orc. Is that a is that as a Vinestalker or in general? For weapons? Yeah. Yeah, for Vinestalker specifically because um I'm really just interested in triggering their bites as often as possible to keep my health up, you know. Keep my MP up, which is connected to my health. If I find an evening star, sure, like I'll be happy about it. But generally on Vine Stalkers, you want faster weapons. You want to be biting as fast as possible. Yeah, you do a lot of damage with your bite. That's why, like, even if you're using a Dex weapon, you tend to. I guess if you're using a big, a big long blade or something, there's an argument for Dex. But if you're using a short blade or I'm talking about new versions because in these, like, everything triggers off strength anyway. I think. But you generally just train strength because that's what your bite cues off of. So, and it helps you wear heavier armor, which is where you want to be, I think, on a Vine Stalker. But like as you get further into the game and things have higher AC, I'm gonna, you know, I don't want to be using a flail. And it depends. Like a whip is such a bad weapon that I don't like using a whip over like a flail, but it really depends on the weapons and what they have going on. Like sometimes like a whip that has like a lek on it or I don't know, distortion, like something like it's like a really good brand, like flat brand for a quick weapon, you might use over over a higher base weapon. Okay, I'm gonna buy the potions of poison because that's just like an ID scroll for cheap. And let me see, might haste, cancel, curing. So I only have one cancel pot. I'm gonna buy that, and everything else I think I had a bunch of. Two invis. Everything else I have yeah, three haste, two might. So I'll just leave those for now. Mm. Damn, Sally. Joke conquered by a slip of the finger. At first I was like, what? All right. Let's go to Orc 3. Okay. So we're missing some of Orc 2. I wonder if like Orc having 4 levels means you get more gold, or if it was just kind of evenly distributed between the two when it changed. There's Gastronaut wearing a glowing hat. What am I wearing? Helmet of Intelligence? Unlikely to beat that, I think. Yeah, magic resistance is actually pretty good here. I do lose like 3 AC though. Oof. 4 AC? Nah, I'm not wearing that shit. I'll just not uh be in line of fire of paralysis, I think. Four AC is just too much to ask from for a Vinestalker. That is the most Orc Priest I've ever seen on the screen at once. I think I'm gonna drain just because, like, maybe if they all max roll smite, I die like from max HP. Just let things fight for a while here. Right, let's enslave this guy. So why not? Why is this thing here? Isn't that thing summoned by the thing I just killed? Yeah, I'm just gonna back up, let things fight without me. Okay, I think we killed most of these things. Really is like a crazy amount of Orc Priest for one level though. All right, let's turn this off. Okay. Bunch of books. Oh, well, here we go. I like the looks of this. Fancy gloves, fancy plate, more fan. Wow, wow. One of these got to be good. Quick blade, I love it. Okay, I love this orc. I mean, I haven't got everything. Could be trash, but uh, I'm like almost certainly buying this quick blade. Yeah, let's start with that. +5 quick blade. Okay, I love it. We're gonna use some brand scrolls on that. So we got plates, and I have no gloves whatsoever, so that's very high value for me. Oh wait, these aren't gloves; these are boots. Okay, boots with some strength. I'll take them. Okay, 7 AC for -2 slay. I kind of don't mind. I think that's a overall plus. Wow, this is a very good orc. I'm really happy with this orc. What the hell? A quick blade of stabbing? Doesn't even say what it does. What the hell is this? It's just Vorpal? I'm not excited. I'm not excited. If anything, I'm incredulous. Question is, do I want to like read another brand? I'm afraid I get something very bad, like either one of the bad, like a bad brand, or just something I'm not even thinking of. So I think I'll just stick with this, and until I find more brand scrolls, I'll enchant it up. We're gonna check out these plates too, but let's go. Whoa, there's just random yaks here. What's the min delay on this? Oh, it just doesn't tell you. Lovely. It just doesn't tell you. Like, is the information just not in game? I think back then it was 8. When we get to 8, we'll take a look. No. I'm talking about. I know what the min delay is. I'm talking about like, um, I'm talking about like the skill required to get this to min delay. It doesn't tell you in this version. I'm playing version 15. Like the min delay is 0.3. But you know how like normally on the weapon it'll say like, that's so dumb. It used to just, you just have to know it. Like everyone knew it, but I can't believe it doesn't tell you. I mean, it doesn't tell you on the weapon, fine, but it also just doesn't even tell you in the in-game manual. Yeah, but what new player would ever even like? I could see why this game was so much more opaque. Okay, looks like I'm missing some section here on Orc 3. Okay, found like an ogre nugget. All right, we have the goal to check out another plate armor. Let's go do that. Wow. Okay. I like plus 15 plates over plus 7 plates of -2 slay. Jeez. All right, this was a successful orc. I'm very happy with what we did here. It's so funny in these versions, it just feels like everything is like the sliders are pushed all the way up in every direction. Like I found so many like -7 chainmails since I started playing these old versions, and then you just randomly find something like this. Yeah, Maxwell's except good. Okay, we found mutation. That means we can quaff ID. We found berserk. I can't eat this? It contains deadly poison. Oh, I'm just not wearing this? At least it warned me. Uh, okay, I got one pot. Okay, I guess I'll hold it because there's experience and beneficial mutation, and everything else is bad except cure mutation, which is also something I want to hold on to. So, hey, Maurice. Wait. Oh, okay. He has just a mundane cloak. Potion of porridge. Uh, wow, look at all this weird food I have. I'm just gonna grab this and drink it. Oh, there's Elroka. Let's stay out of her line of sight. Or line of fire, rather. Oh, that was a vampire. I thought it was an unseen horror, but it dropped a blood potion. There's Nessos. He seems like a good candidate for paralysis. Yeah, definitely with Nessos, I recommend hex wanding him if you have one. Ooh. Oh, a labyrinth. Old school. Although, yeah, I have magic mapping. Let's do it. Okay, let's go find that staircase on the west side that's near those things. All right, let's drop some things before we head in here. Man, this is something I don't miss. Okay, getting warmer. Is the iron walls? Okay, there's Minotaur. He's just not. He doesn't seem to have anything like at all. It's just worthless. Hey, speaking of Maxwell's death trap, there it is. Um, yeah. I mean, well, we'll take this. I don't think I care about any of this other stuff. I just don't foresee wearing any kind of regular chain or plate with my plus 15 plate. I mean, I guess I can drag it out. Hey, what's up, Plank? Welcome. Roarzone says I had a unique that had banish and I was 50% to get banished, so I tried to treat it as next turn I could be banished. So I tried the poly with 36% chance. Yeah, I mean, it took 8 tries. Is there some misunderstanding from me? Well, no, I mean, just that like getting 8 tries to hit something with 36% isn't the most crazy thing in the world. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of like before you start zapping at all, if you were like, what are the odds of me taking 8 tries to hit this thing with 36%? It would be like, it'd be way more likely for you to poly it before you got to 8 tries. But once you do it, um, like when you've tried 6 times, let's say, and then you're gonna try to poly it again, you have a 36% chance. There's no, it doesn't matter that you tried 6 times, right? So you kind of have to evaluate it that way on each decision point. Um, a lot of times when you have a 36% chance, and in this case, it wasn't instant death, it was banishment, right? But we'll just say you had a 36% chance to do something, and the 64% of the time, something very bad happens. There might have been something else you could do. Um, you know, like if you're a melee guy, let's say, and you bump into. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I don't look at the code. It might be slightly off, but it's probably pretty close. It's just that you happen to notice it more when it's bad for you. Like, you know what I mean? Like if you have a 60, let's say you have like a 70% chance to paralyze something or whatever, and you go through a floor and it works like 30 times in a row, right? You're probably not going to think to yourself, wow, that was lucky. You kind of just keep moving, even though like this, supposed statistical anomaly happened. You don't really notice it when it's not affecting you, but then when it swings the other way, you kind of like wonder what's happening. Um, so yeah, I would say like when it comes to that, and 36%, like I've had times where I had, it was the other way. Like I had, it's like I have a 65 or 70% chance to poly something and it doesn't work 8 times in a row. I've had that happen. So 36% isn't that crazy. Um, so a lot of times, like with something like that, where it's if something could very bad could happen if you fail, you might want to consider like using file of floods or reading silence or something where you can kill it without being in line of fire, something like that. Maybe you quaff enlightenment. Okay, this ring is amulet is interesting. Spirit, which I have already, and then just a pile of resists. I will certainly wear this over basically nothing. Yeah. I mean, I don't even know if like I'm not sure if before you start trying, I'm not sure if like 8 tries at 36% is even better odds than for example failing a spell 2 times at like 1 or 2%. And I've certainly had that happen more than once. Okay, short blades is at 8. I have a feeling that this is min delay. Yeah, it looks like 0.3 over and over again with an occasional 0.4, probably because of my shield. I'm almost positive back in the day it was 8 for min delay. Yeah, let's bring shield up a little bit. Yeah, I don't know. Like the thing is like I don't know if I like change my tactics based on 34 and 10 is a big difference. But generally speaking, I if it was like 5% either way, I probably don't even change my tactics very much. I'm very skeptical when something isn't 0 or 100% anyway. I've had there's been plenty of times where I check something, I have a 1% chance to get banished, and I just put on the willpower ring or quaff enlightenment because it's so or paralysis because the thing is so bad that I just never want it to happen. Uh, and that's a result of just it happen like getting punished when it was something like that. You know. Yeah, 50% is pretty high. Like if 50%, I fully expect that the character is going to banish me on the next turn. If it's at 10%, I'm not happy. Yeah, exactly. It's just worth it to to do the thing. Looks like I'm getting petrified, but there's a lot of stuff between us at least. Let's pull back here and recall my dudes. We're in pretty good shape. This character is like their one weakness is the low HP, obviously. Wait, is my auto pickup off? That's why I'm just ignoring everything. Okay, degen pot we can drop. Nice. All right, we got some gloves. I'm very happy with our defenses currently. Like we haven't even gone into S branches yet. So having 44 AC before S branches is definitely above average on like a non-gargoyle. I got a fatty plus 15 plate. Yeah, I went back. I got some more money, went back and bought one of the other plates, and it was even bigger. Yep. Yeah, it's pretty sweet. All right, what do I got? 11.5 shields. You're watching my vid from 1 year ago. Oh yeah, I know. I think what I get like gold dragon armor kind of early, or it was in an early shop. I remember like doing that and thinking to myself like, should I just restart? Like I don't want to have like absurd gear from the beginning. That's why like the mage tutorial I did last that I haven't uploaded yet was on demigod because I wanted to mitigate anything crazy happening. You know, when you take away a god and you play like I played air elementalist, so I would have like my spells would require me to get other stuff and I wouldn't have gifts. So I don't want to do tutorials and just like do some like Monty Hall run where I get the world. Yeah, well, you know what's funny is Alcat. I guess on a Minotaur you're more likely to wear it because you can't wear a helmet. Alcat isn't even that good when you find gold dragon armor or vice versa. Like if you find alchemist hat, you're more like I'd be happier to find CPA over gold dragon, and if I find gold dragon, I'd be happier to find like hat of pondering over Alcat. Oh yeah, you could definitely walk out. Definitely don't stick in those things. Yeah, walking out of clouds is big. Ooh, file of floods. Okay. I very much like file of floods. I don't have the money for it. And then there's also oh wait, I can't wait. Can I heal wounds myself? Oh, I could just heal wounds myself on this character? Oh my god. Vinestalkers are crazy in these old versions. Alright, yeah, we definitely want to buy that. Yeah, well, yeah, I'm glad you saw that then. Yeah, with Cataplebis, you want to be very diligent about walking out of the clouds every turn. Um, I've definitely gotten into trouble just from like tabbing too hard and sticking around in a cloud for an extra turn. I'm gonna be so healthy. Yeah, I hope so. Okay, let's grab more fighting. Oh yeah. Let me. What does this wand do? Confusion. Yeah, we can drop that. Hey, what's up, Baze? Yeah, it's funny. There's definitely stuff like that where I guess people take it for granted. Um, so yeah, it definitely pays sometimes to even as long as I played, someone will say something like a key, someone said like Shift I shows descriptions of spells you've already had memorized, and that was like, oh shit, I didn't know that. Because normally I have to look it up. It's just it's a lot less key presses to do it that way. Probably going to Snake next. Seems like the most logical place to go here. Sharpshooters, something to be considered. Although once we have our army, we're like in good shape against sharpshooters. We just need to like stand behind them. The old stare mimic. What boots would these be that I care about? I mean, they might be boots of running, which are very good, but I kind of like strength on this character more than anything. I don't even know what that salamander mystic just hit me with. Some kind of conjuration. Ooh, beneficial mutation. No, not the horns. Oh my god, it's a nightmare. Owned by beneficial mutation. All right, well, saves us an inventory slot, I guess. And what a dagger. Yeah, I mean it's not a loss, but like I'd prefer to have the helmet and another beneficial mutation. Ooh, Vashnia. What do I like here? How'd I get mutated? I quaffed mutation, beneficial mutation. Yeah, I generally quaff those when I first find them. I'm not gonna, I'm not gonna not do it just because I might get horns or an auxiliary knocked off. I know it's plus EV to do, and the downside is like annoying, but not like horrible. Okay. Fighting's at 15. Do I want to bring up like any of this other stuff? Invo is like good and also gives me some MP. I think I'm going to grab another shield or two and then maybe some armor. Very low on what do you call it? Teleportation. All right. Is there any cloaks? No. Let's enchant up our cloak. Throw an enchant weapon on the quick blade. Just ID like wands that I tend to use in bad spots. What is that? Model dragon armor? That's something you don't see every day. Clarity. Nice. Floor pizza. Sure. Probably going to enchant up my shield. Kite shield of protection is something I very rarely take off unless I find an artifact shield. Or like maybe a tower shield of protection, but that's not, likely. And I also have like this plus 15 plate I'm unlikely to take off. I'm just unlikely to like swap stuff. I can drop this. So I'll just cash in. Throw another one on there. Yeah, it's like something like I don't always, or I'd say more often than not, I do not enchant up my shield in S branches, but I just want to be as strong as possible. I think what's likely to happen if I don't enchant them up is I just end up holding on to these enchant scrolls for like 90% of the game. Maybe at the very end I use them, but I can also find more. So it just feels like probably the best play here. I also don't feel like dragging them around or stashing them somewhere. So it's also partially that. But I don't know. With Vinestalker, I'll take all the defense I can get, honestly. Yeah, exactly. I mean, on a lot of characters, I won't do it because I'd much rather have the AC. And but it'd be one thing if I had like if I hadn't found an auxiliary piece, like, or like I don't know, if I had like something I was very likely. I don't enchant like if it was just a normal kite shield, I would not enchant it. But a protection kite shield is something I'm very likely to use for a while. Yeah. Sharpshooters would generally, on a character like this, can be very dangerous, but um, red leaves me very well equipped to deal with them just by having bodies in between us. Okay, we got our bone dragons. Okay, there's Mara. I would like to get close. I wonder if, like... I assume this just probably just targets the closest one, and this isn't revealing anything about which the real one is. Okay, I should just see invis. Let's quaff might. Okay, we got her. I think this is a version where it's like probably optimal to wield a bread ration or whatever when Mara shows up, but I can't be bothered. Also, if my version wants to swing a quick blade, I'm probably happier about that than if it wants to like do something else. Yes. Yes, you literally swung bread. I mean, you could swing scrolls too. That was something that happened when food got removed. It's mostly a turn count thing. I do think about it whenever, when you get a loaf of bread and it's in that like plastic with the tie off end and you swing it around like nunchucks. That is, whenever I do that, I think of bread swinging. Man, look at all these things. Yeah, I mean, who doesn't? You know what I haven't seen, and maybe they don't exist in this version. I feel like I'm jinxing myself, but I haven't seen any guardian serpents. It's weird. They exist in Linley Crawl? Okay. I guess I just got lucky then. There's a lot of stuff like that. I think it's I don't know. It's like the distribution of everything is so wacky in these versions. Like with consumables and gear, it makes sense because there's just so much crap. But with monsters, it seems like there's actually less stuff, I think, or less variety. But it could be just because everything is a lot of stuff is samey. But when was the last time you did Snake and saw zero? And I'm doing 5 floors of it, and you just see no guardian serpents. They didn't always have encircling. Okay, but I mean, I still haven't seen any. I don't think, unless they have a weird tile. Just realized these things are called Naga Magi. All right. I think we're headed to Shoals now. There's another fancy plate armor. I think it would be very unlikely. It's better than what I have. I think File of Floods is, although File of Floods File of Floods does nothing in Shoals. Yeah, actually, I'm gonna get heal wounds. Wand. That seems pretty good. Okay, I love it. Yeah. Let's hit the Shoals. These merfolk, man. These are some like shape of what was it? Shape of water ass merfolk. They look kind of rough. The manticores are kind of funny too. It's just their face. It's like they got like the body of a lion, the wings of a bat, the tail of a scorpion, and like the head of my uncle. Okay. There's Sanja, but looks like whoa. Donald has a bastard sword? I don't even remember that. Excuse me. Wow, she did have a disto weapon. It's funny because blowguns existed with Sanja. I guess that was like hidden information because when you found her, she'd be holding onto a blowgun instead of her weapon. This is a okay. This is a dub blade. Yeah, right. This is just straight up double sword. Cool name. Okay, there's Rupert. He's looking wild. I think clarity solves one of these things. Clarity definitely stops confusion. All right, let's do this. Let's shoot draining at him through my guys. Yeah. Yeah, I there's so many wands that are like, well, do I need I have a wand of cold, fire, fireball, lightning, draining. So I was like, well, at least draining is something you can fire through the dude. So, oh yeah, on my what do you call it? So on my Death Knights, I've been holding on to draining and dropping pretty much everything else once my inventory gets full. Okay, disintegration wand. Nothing really here. Oh, what the hell am I training? It must be up to 1 billion. Yeah, way overtrained that because I don't have skill targets. Yeah, it's crazy. I mean, you could just look at my skills. They're a mess. Like no integers to be found, really. Yeah, speaking of which, 42 AC. So we remember to shut that off maybe when we hit 43. Yeah, it's impossible to like be good at skilling in these versions like back then because it's like there's no skill targets and you don't know what anything costs. You're really just guessing, you know? Like not being able to see the cost is like how do you even compare where what you should be training? Yeah, I'm gonna ID this. I don't want to read holy, that's for sure. Okay. I guess did the tide come in? Why can I not get back over? Oh, whatever. I'll just go down and finish that up later. Ow. Water elementals are just like a blob, dude. Yeah, it is. It's weird. Water elementals are just walking around like with feet. Okay, where am I at? Shoals 4, so I'm not on the bottom yet. This old Cyclops tile is sick. I can't wait to use that when I play like an old ogre or something. Okay, there's a lot of large rocks flying around. Let's. Iclops. Oh yeah, we got circle LOS in these versions. It might even have cones. Oh, hello. Yeah. What am I even wearing? I'm not wearing any hat, right? Yeah. Yeah, give me that crown. Hey, Wait, what? Oh, right. I put on clarity and forgot to put this back on. Yeah, I was like, where's my resist fire? Okay, yeah, this looks to be in order. Oh, okay, I gained an AC, I'm pretty sure, right? Because if I take off the crown, I've got 43 AC, yeah. I'm gonna grab some Invo, like a little bit. It'll bring up my Enslaved Soul. Not that I even use it, because every time I use Enslaved Soul, the thing immediately dies, but maybe it's not worth it. It would give me MP a little bit, but maybe I'm better off training something else. I love to train dodging. I just feel like I'm going to train a million of it and not get much. Yeah, let me bring Invo up to 10, I guess. Okay, thank you for nets. Oh, it's funny. It allows you to enchant something that's cursed, even if it's max enchanted, just to uncurse it. Is there any reward for 15 rune games or extended play? What do you mean? Like, I mean, obviously, it's just you can win the game with only 3 runes, but it's just seeing more of the game. Your score is higher. Yeah, I mean, obviously, there's no like they don't send you money or anything like that. Yeah, it's like you get higher. Your score is based on the amount of runes you have and how long it took you. So people do it for fun because they want to hang out with their character longer. People sometimes will try to get high scores. Yeah, there's people who like got their nose in the air about anything less than a 15 rune win. There's that too. You know, people play the game for different reasons. If you plan on playing in the tournament, it's good practice because then it's also worth points. No, there's no arc where I do 15 runes on all combos. That's insanity. Doing all combos 3 rune is already pretty crazy. I mean, there's no one who's done it, and there's only one other person attempting it. Um, but I certainly do. I do 15 runes for other reasons. I did a turn count. I got my best high score ever by a lot recently doing 15 runes. They just take longer. You feel worse when you die. record of 15 rune combos. I mean, everything is recorded as far as like on the score pages and DCSS stats. Like, you can look at a score page and see all the 15 runes someone has done for bragging rights or for total points for the points page. Yeah, oh yeah. You can use the bot to look at who has the most 15 rune wins. Uh, I'm almost positive. There you go. Nebuchadnezzar, legendary gamer, 493. Yermak, arguably best player of all time, 431. And then there's a drop off. But then again, it's hard with you got to like know some stuff about these players because like Yun Yun, for example, has about 5 or 6 alts. So like Yun Yun and this Yun Yun 220 and then Asparis Yuki, those are the same player. So that's 431 they have tied with Yermak. And pretty sure they have another couple that also do 15 runes. Because I know like Yun Yun, Asparis Yuki, I think Rite. They have like 5 or 6 names. They do all 15 rune deep elf. I think they do all deep elf hedge wizards of Sif, and they're all 15 runes. Yeah, Yun Yun has like 5 alts, and they all do deep elf 15 runes of Sif. So they probably have like a good 500 to 600 of them. Yeah. But yeah, if you ever want, like, look at Nebuchadnezzar's score page if you ever get a chance. It's 15 runes, and I'm sure a bunch of them have been taken, but they used to have a ton of high scores too. A really good player. I think they have like a 44% win rate too, or something like that. Really taking a chance on the spelling here. Yeah, I knew I wasn't gonna get it. Let me just copy paste this. Yeah, this is something when I first started playing, I used to look at like the top players, and I remember this player. It's funny too because I never spoke to them, but they did spectate me once in a tournament. Uh, and then the next day they stole one of my high scores. I felt like I was like being stalked by an assassin. Yeah, like they have the most 15 rune wins, and look at this win rate: 756 games, 496 wins. 65% win rate. So yeah, really good player. Same thing with Yermak. Yermak and Nebuchadnezzar. Ton of you see they're the top 2 players with 15 rune wins, and they just had like a shitload of high scores. Like they're not even like dicking around. Like they're moving pretty efficiently and playing different combos and gods. And if you look at Yermak, like Yermak never even abandons gods. I don't think hardly ever, if ever. There's a lot of people who played a lot of games. They just I've seen people who have 15,000 games and 1 win. Um, it's just to me it's crazy to have such a high win percentage, a high win rate while also getting high scores on 15 rune games and. with like a myriad of combos and gods. Okay, not a bad end vault really. If there's a combo on one, no. I mean, you can. No, there isn't. I've checked. Oh, you mean god combos? Yeah, for sure. Because there's so many permutations of them. I'm like, and a lot of people aren't going to take Trog on every mage god. Like, you think of all the mage combos, people are not taking Trog on them. Very few people. So there probably never will be every single permutation, done in that regard. I mean, like, it just takes too long. Like, getting full progress, even if you play at a decent clip, it takes a couple years, and stuff gets added. So yeah, it's hard enough just to get normal progress, much less with every god. This is my second one. Yeah, I've got two. Stab is so worthless. All right, let's roll. Freeze? Okay. Oh, you mean, yeah, but still. There's just some combos that are so, what's the word? Just not synergistic with gods. And there's some gods that are super rare that you can't even find most usually, so. Yeah, the longer you play, the faster you'll get. At least you play in a time where there's like very little lag. Because back in the day, I mean, not only were the like this version is taking me longer because it's just like, I don't know, clunkier, but also there was a lot more lag. Is that rat skin cloak? What does this do in this version? I think I don't know if I care about this. Because I don't think it actually does what the new one does. I mean, I guess if it gives me resist poison, I just have no other rings. But if I find another ring worth anything, I'll put this on. Throw the poison ring on the ground. Yeah, yeah, I'm fine with the resist poison, but there's just nothing better to put on. It used to be like when I first started playing, 0.3 something something. The lag online was well, I don't even know when WebTile started. I don't even think it was around at that time, but whenever WebTile started, it was like playing message in a bottle, like crawl, like it just was like way too long. When it got like reasonable, I don't know. I think I started playing online around 0 point version 9, and it was still bad but like doable, but yeah, that first game took me over a day in time. Okay. Um So that's S branches. I think we're going to vaults next. Let me take a look at vaults and how many floors it has. I think it still has 5. I think you have to get pretty old to go. Yeah, go to 8. I think it changed like maybe in version 12 or something, or 13. Vaults in these old versions are like, man, there's so much crap. Oh shit. I probably don't have the magic resist to not get marked, and I hate getting marked in vaults 1. Yeah, just a lot of like random ogres and oh wow, a lot of elves. Okay, let's stay out of line of fire of the sentinel. It's weird. I really haven't found rings like that. Like, it's gonna show me ring mail, but yeah, not really. Found a bunch of random garbage. Wouldn't mind a sleigh ring. Okay. Explored the majority of vaults 1. I feel a lot better now. Don't care about being marked anymore. Silver statue. I don't even know what that does, really. Looks like it summons garbagey kind of stuff. Ooh, Wyglyph. Wyglyph's tile is kind of nice for this version. I can see why they kept it. Crude robe. I think I'm good on that. I don't need any staves. Staff of Ukad Mu. Okay. Oh, what am I training? Infinite Invo. I guess I don't mind that just because I'm going to end up getting a title. Which... Yeah, I think red is the one that has the Fey thing. I can get the Fey Vinestalker. All right, do I want to try and squeeze out an EV here? I always regret this. All right, let's go. 7 EV. Just pains me to see 0 there. Like 0 skill in dodging at this point in the game. It's just crazy. Wait, what is that? Poison needles, okay. This guy's gonna recall? I don't think I care. Got most of this board explored here. Yeah, it's not even like ghost vaults are a thing in these versions. Runed wand. Okay. Wand of fire, sure. Okay. Yeah, it was unlikely, but might as well take a look at it. All right. What are we at? 6 dodging? I feel like I should get an EV at 8 dodging or so, but I don't know. In these versions, it's so weird. I knew it. I knew this was a mistake. Okay. Vaults 4. Yeah, I think I'm just bailing. I knew it. It's just not. It's so weird though. Like I wonder what the like what's the word? Like the choke point is. I do notice like sometimes I train a bunch of dodging and nothing happens, but then when I train armor, my dodging will start going up. So it's got to be that like it's got to be capped somehow by strength and armor skill, but it's just very like harsh in these old versions. And it's even worse because in the new versions it's you gain something, and on this one it's like you don't gain anything until it finally flips over to the next integer. We'll see. I feel like probably when I hit XL 21 and I pump my strength, I'm going to gain an EV. Okay, I'm good on that. Okay, we're marked. It's fine. Let's just hang out here. Oh, wow. Boots with double magic resist, huh? Let me see. 46, 7, 19. Yeah, I think I'm gonna hang. I think I'm gonna keep these on. Makes me feel a lot better going into elf, having like just max magic resist is nice. After this, I'll probably check out that plate. Oh no, I thought I had more money than I did. Yeah, I'm not doing that at all. After this, I'm probably grabbing File of Floods, if anything. Wow, what a trove. I don't even think this is legal. The trove wants heal wounds, and I'm a Vinestalker. I've never seen such a thing. Yeah, you got it. If I got him, you can have him. I don't think troves can offer you stuff that you can't use anymore. 3, 4, 5. Okay. I've not found 12. Man, these rings are pretty garbagey. I basically have like a ring I don't mind throwing on the floor, but it's just not much here. See invis? Do I need that? No. Yeah, these rings stink. Okay. That's vaults. Yeah, we're gonna probably grab File of Floods and then head to Elf. Also, what am I training? Fighting? Let's grab some AC. Okay. I think we got like everything pretty much. Yeah, we got every resist that we care about and a ton of magic resist. Just realized there's Deep Elf Knights and Deep Elf Fighters. I don't. I mean, I guess some are. The Knights are probably stronger than the Fighters. I guess. Oh, the Fighters also cast, and the Knights also cast. Okay. so funny how like these things like they have multiple books they can have, and they don't give you a ton of information. So okay, let's head down. Okay, we found an amulet. I'm just gonna drop resist corrosion. If we need it, we'll get it. Gourmand, yeah, I'm good on that. All right, let's go back to turning some things off. I don't care about cold wand. I don't care about most of these wands. I'm tired of looking at them. Potion of Berserk can go away. Ah, owned by Shop Mimic. Brilliance is another one. Don't need. Oh yeah, Elf 3 has no control teleports, right? There's Agnes. It's Enslave. Okay, here's the ending. I have tons of digging. I also have these dudes with me. I think what I'm going to do is like, let me just pull these guys up. All right, y'all stay here. Oh, I'm recalling. Okay. Yeah, wait here. If I need them, I'll recall them, but it's easier for me if I do it this way, I think. I am getting like some kind of lag. I don't know if it's just the version, the server, or the internet. Nice. Yeah, because like doing this in a kill hole with a Vinestalker is just a lot easier, I find. I'll get the zombie up, just makes it easier to create space. Oh, shit. Oh, well, that's fine. Ended up recalling the squad. Okay. I guess I'll just let him fight. Ring of Strength. Oh, that actually gives me an EV. +2 strength. +2 evasion. Okay. I'll actually wear that, believe it or not. Yeah, let's put this down. I'll put on the rat skin cloak for the resist poison, because yeah, I think 2 EV is worth 1 AC on this character. And I just get the free resist negative as a bonus. -6 plate of sling. Okay, that's also bad. Let me see. Oh, lightning rod. I kind of like that. That can come in handy. Oh wait, do I have to wield this? Well, I guess I'll hang on to it, but I think I have to wield this because it's a rod. I didn't think of that. Okay, but I like what I've got going on here. This seems pretty good. I think we're heading to depths. I'll be up where you started in no time. Yeah, I mean, I've been taking a real walk down memory lane. I played yesterday. I played version 11. I played version 19, version 25 on stream. A lot of cobweb-ridden versions. Yeah, I'm only playing just to play these old combos, but I must say, like, it'll feel great. Like when I go back, like to playing, like when the tournament happens and I play Trunk, it's gonna feel awesome. It's gonna feel like I've been living like in colonial times or something. You get a zillion wands of no. Well, I mean, if you play, there'll be games where you get a lot of them. You can see I have 0 wands of hasting, but I do have 1,000 wands on the floor of do nothing. And this is typical old crawl, just millions of wands that you don't care about or like have no inventory space for. But this is the kind of thing that drives like players crazy because they feel compelled to pick them all up and like assort them in lair and have these big stashes and all that. Yeah, well, a wand of hasting is good, but I mean, I also just have like, I've got 4 potions of haste and 2 in shops that I can buy. I mean, I have access to haste if I need it. Obviously, if you just get to use it infinitely, that's great. I mean, I'm playing a Vinestalker with a wand of heal wounds. That's actually the more exciting thing to me. Put a lot of XP into Evo and use them like spells. Well, yeah, that's what you do. Or do you mean that like? Oh, I see. You mean just use Evo? I think you'd be a lot better off using throwing because it's like a much more reusable resource. The thing is, like, a lot of these wands don't do anything. A lot of like frost and flame and confusion and magic darts. Like, it's really just like a couple that do good damage. I've never tried the all wands build. I think you'd be better off with throwing and just carrying the million types of jabs and boomerangs that the game provides. Yeah, it's just so much inventory. Like, I think you're a lot better off if you were just Well, not boomerangs, but look, there's all these javelins. These are reusable and they're better than wands. Uh, and there's also tomahawks, millions of those. Like, I think you're better off just walking around with like 5 stacks of all that kind of garbage rather than trying to micromanage wand inventory. Yeah. I mean, zillion throwables are still a thing. It's just like in these versions, there's like a ton of egos for each one, and you got to carry them all. They don't stack. I certainly wouldn't do it with red. Like I wouldn't doing like even doing throwing with red is annoying. There's just always shit around. You don't really need it. Like imagine trying to throw or shoot a wand through these things, like with the exception of like draining or something. One thing I know from playing like these couple Death Knights I've played since I started doing Mega Progress is that Death Knight is OP. Starting with red and the way red is in this version, where you get like these ridiculous things, like it's quite strong. Oh, I gained an AC. Yeah, let's grab Invo. We'll get our title, and then we'll worry about what else we're gonna train. It's probably gonna be fighting, I would guess. No, this isn't like one of the ones where you, like all the fruits stack and the rations are bread or meat. It's not like you have to carry. Well, there is other food. There's jerky. There's pizza. There's royal jellies. But it's not like you're carrying around grapes, rambutans, and so I guess it's in the middle. Maybe it's still annoying. Um, I know that it just does nothing really for the game. But yeah, it's not like the versions with weight are the worst. There's chocos, like there'll be chocos on the ground, but when you pick them up, they just become stacked at least. Okay, scroll of silence. There's that floor jerky we can eat. I don't think there's any mundane amulet I'm using over like the one I'm. Oh, actually, no. I want faith. I want faith for the title. Yep, and there it is. I called it. All right, now we have everything. Yeah, that's basically what I do too. Dennis Bloodknock. You can see I have like one. I have bread ration and I have fruit, which is like probably overkill. But fruit is a quick eat, so like if you're starving and in the middle of something, you can do it. But I mean, it's pretty niche. I'm not carrying around every type of food. I just eat off the floor when I find it, just like real life. Yes, you really have to like if you're that type of player, it will drive you crazy. If you're the type of person who found like version like 32s, before the last inventory change, you find that restrictive, you're going to find these old ones. And I mean, if you play with weight, yeah, you're going to find it horrible. You're just going to be dicking around with the inventory for 4 hours each game. Yeah, like I'm like one of the least what's the word? I'm one of the least sentimental players when it comes to like having to have like something for everything. And oh, a crusher. Let's get a box of beast in here and recall. I don't mind throwing crap on the floor, unless it's a really old version with like where slimes eat stuff, which is like the real. You want to talk about going crazy. And it's still annoying, like constantly having to like rejigger equipment. And yeah, that was nice. There's a lot of changes that you don't notice until you play these old versions, and you're like, what were we thinking? Yeah. It just, what it does that I like is it lets you carry niche items that you normally just ignore. So, I think it's going to end up being, I think it makes the game a little more interesting, because like the downside would be like what you're saying, far into the spectrum. I presume you mean like, well, now like you don't have to make any decisions, you just hold everything, which is fair. But I also feel like what ends up happening is you just drop, you know, um, you end up just dropping everything. Like I'm not gonna hold on to super niche stuff. Like I'm not gonna hold on to attraction pod. I'm not gonna hold on to berserk potion. Like I don't use this stuff in the late game hardly. But like there might be situations like a 1%er where it's like, oh, like I could actually use attraction here, or whatever. And so it gives you like more solutions and more interesting play in that way. I don't know how, if people feel that it's like there's some big inventory choices they make, but they tend to all be very samey for me. You hold on to those. I mean, you got to drop something. And I mean, berserk pots. I'm not berserking late in the game, like unless it's like very controlled experience, like I'm luring something back up the stairs, and I have to be pretty weak to want to do that, because it's a very big downside to not be able to do anything while you're berserk and then to be slow. Inventory pressure encourages you to use consumables to finish off stacks. I don't find that. I find that more often than not, I've got in modern crawl, like consumables went way up after the introduction of attacks of opportunity. You just have more stuff, to the point where I always have stuff in shops, like I do in this game, and this isn't even new crawl. I've got haste and might and stuff. I've got it in shops because I've got plenty here to use. If I go down to one, I'll go grab them. But because bazaars and shops exist, I might find something else I want to buy. I keep them in the shop, because why carry a million of it? So I don't find that there's pressure to use stuff to use up stacks, because you just have a lot of it. I get it. I do think, yeah, it is a lot now. It feels like you just never have to drop anything. Maybe that's not good. I don't know. I don't find Berserk to be. When do you find Berserk clutch? I usually like in the end game. Like I've had situations where I use it as like a shitty potion of haste sometimes. But what are you using that against? Yeah, I guess. I don't know. It's just like the downside is you just don't get to do anything. Like I've got 8 scrolls of blinking, right? In a really bad situation, that's the thing I'm going to use. Like in your worst situations, you end up using blinking or maybe fear or sometimes fog. And when you're berserk, you can't do any of that. You can only move or attack. It's very limited. So I don't like to do that. I rather quaff haste in one turn, and if I need to attack, I'll then quaff might. Um, yeah, it's very rare I want to use berserk in the late game. Yeah, well, I love berserk early. It's extraordinarily powerful to start with it, and even in the mid game, there's just like stuff you can't deal with. But in the late game, generally, like you can kill anything 1v1, right? And the things that are dangerous are like, I don't want to be a berserk against an orb of fire. Because what if he hits me a bunch of times and I'm dying, and then I can't do anything except attack it more? And a lot of the other stuff that's dangerous, it's not because it's like some big monster. It's because it's like, you know, probably has some spells or abilities that are dangerous. So I don't know. Mm-hmm. I don't know. I use it a lot. Like when I played a Felid Berserker, I lured everything and berserked it down. But now, like with Trog, like Berserk costs a lot more piety. I mean, it costs piety, which it used to not. You know, I'm much more likely on Trog to just use a lot of Trog's hand for sure. But I mean, that's I mean, if you use it, that's awesome. I don't know. I found that in before this recent change to inventory, I found that I usually needed to drop something, and those were the things that I ended up dropping. I'm gonna drop a blowgun Kirar just because it's taking up too many spots. Yeah. Well, the problem is it just like it's just not safe. You know, you really have to like be luring every single thing. I'm a big fan of like being able to use options, and the best options for escape are often scrolls. So I don't like putting myself in a position where my only option is attack or move. Anyway, I feel like we got off the point of like the inventory thing. It's just that there's like there's niche stuff. If it's not berserk for you, then it's probably something else. You know. You know, maybe you drop wand to polymorph when your inventory gets full. Oh, there's fancy gloves. What am I? I'm wearing like regular gloves, right? Let's check those out. Yeah, but don't you find that in the late game like what kind of monsters are you using consumables on? That's what I would ask. Like in the late game, what are you going to berserk? No, I mean, I'm not even saying Trog. I'm saying, well, whether you're Trog or just a melee dude, I presume, who's using a berserk potion, like what are you going to do it on? I'm not doing it on a corridor for draconians are garbage in a corridor by the time you face them, right? Like if you're a melee dude, aren't you just destroying them? You can just like if you're worried about losing life, like you just want to stay up on life, you just use Trog's hand. Yeah, like it doesn't make sense to me because against a bunch of draconians, Trog's hand will keep your life fine, and you're in a corridor. Like you just kill them all by tabbing. And then the problem with berserk is if you start berserking and then a shifter shows up and just shifts you into the mix, it's like now what? And then like you can't get out of it by using blink or fear. I don't know. Seems bad. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. I guess if you find it useful, that's cool. I don't. I think it's well, not that it's not useful, but it's just like it's just unnecessarily risky to limit your options to only attacking, and I don't think some extra HP is worth that, especially when Trog's hand is essentially extra HP, right? Like that's just what it is. Now, like if something unexpected happens, like a different monster shows up or whatever, like I have other things to do. Okay, well that was a waste. I guess I'll check out this plate. Oh, it's not bad. 6 less AC for triple RF. I might end up using this in Zot. That's possible. Yeah, well, I don't. I'm not using Eli a ton, but yeah, if you've got something that negates, I guess the bad part of it. But I have not tried the all rage Ellie build. No, I consider Berserkitis to be a fairly horrible mutation. What in the hell is that? Whoa, I think this is the first time I've ever seen an ugly thing skeleton. That thing looks well, like some kind of demonic tripod. Yeah, I found it to be fairly horrible, especially like in Zot. It's got to be extra bad in Zot now. Like now, like you have to lure stuff back. Imagine you wake up a Tesseract and now you're like luring stuff back and Berserkitising and then sleeping off the slowness. Seems awful. Just seems like at that point you should like your character should be strong enough to not need to Berserkitis to Berserk rather. You know, because usually like there'll be times when you use stuff like that because the risk you want to take the risk of using something with a downside like that because you're just not strong enough. But I think the vast majority of the time it's not the type of thing you need to do. Yeah, I mean, when I'm with Trog, I aggressively use Trog's Hand because it's basically just free. It's just robustness. Like you're getting free HP. And if I need might, I'll quaff a might pot and still have access to everything else I want to do instead of just being like um, having, two options. I don't know. I didn't think that was that controversial, but I guess people really like Berserk. All right, let's drain here, get our life up a little bit. Blackened Jade Ring. Well, I'll enchant this. Drop this digging. Positive energy I do not have space for. Yeah, this is exactly why I enchanted up my shield, because I'm walking around now with a surplus of enchant armor scrolls and nothing to use them on. I wonder what is... This has got to be a fun vault. Gigantic room with a rune door, huh? Yes, Berserk on mages makes a lot more sense, ironically, than it does on melee guys. Berserkitis. As long as you're not, if you're wielding like a staff and you're just not fighting at all, like, because a lot of times I just have like a random quick blade or something, demon weapon. But if you're not attacking at all, Berserkitis is like fine on a mage when you just want to kill like some like almost non-trivial or trivial threat, but you don't want to. You're out of MP or something. Yeah, I played a lot of games where I never used them, and same thing with like attraction. Like it's like very niche. There's times when I would berserk. Like I pulled an orb of fire up to Zot 4. There's nothing else on the level. I want to kill it as fast as possible. Yeah, I'll berserk if I had it. There's no bad down. I'm gonna kill it. But when it's not that, when I'm not on a fully explored level and other things can show up and like um something I didn't account for and now I can't do anything, it's awful. Okay. I'm unsure if I want to open this. It probably has loot. I mean, how dangerous could it be? All right, famous last words. I mean, it's depths. It's not like I'm opening something up in Zot. But I don't know. It could be Shrikes. I got 14 teleport scrolls, though. Like, yeah, I'm not like, I have no problem leaving doors closed if I think they're dangerous, but this is like, it's not like it's not like a door vault. I very rarely open. Thing is, also I can see through it. Like, I mean, there's some real garbage in here. See a warg. And yeah, I don't really know what the worst that could be in here is. Yeah, I use Revelation if I have them on box vaults, and they're always bad. 1% of the time it's butterflies, and like a quarter of a 1%, there's like actually something you give a shit about in there that you want, because generally a box vault is like way out of depth monsters, like 30 of them, and you get like a scroll of fog and a javelin. Whoa. Old school Ring of Vitality. I think it stinks. I mean, it's good. HP 15 and regen is good on Vinestalker. I don't think I have another source of Resistolek. Yeah. I'm going to bring it with me. Actually, is this a version where I can just wear it and then just swap it when I need Resistolek? I think it is. No, yeah, it is. It's basically robust plus regen. Let me see. If I put this on... Wait, what? It's a ring. It's a ring of vitality. Oh, I thought it was an amulet. Oh, that's so much better. Yeah. No, we're obviously taking it over +2 EV. I thought it was an amulet. Okay. Wow, nice find. Glad I came in here. How was my bet? I mean, look at my rings. Like, I have a ring of invisibility. Everything else was like a ring of ice, or like I have all my resists, so I don't care about like a ring of cold or fire, really. 2 EV when you have like 7 EVs. I mean, I just don't have it's just these old versions, there's so much garbage like that it really waters down what you can find, I think. Well, speaking of which, here's a fancier ring. I can drop Scroll of Enchant Armor until I need it. Actually, let me ID this. Maybe I can get something bad on this. Okay, this is complete garbage. There's so much stuff in these old versions that I've actually, like, I've gone into Zot and I'm still finding stuff that's unID'd. It's like you need, like, these versions had a million identify scrolls because there's just so much stuff. The list of wands is crazy. Wand of Fire, Wand of Frost, Wand of Strong Fire, Wand of Fireball. Wand of Magic Darts. I think that was useful once. Oh, have we found more heal wounds? Because I actually have a trove that wants 12 heal wound pots, and I haven't found them. But if I do, I will go in there in a second. Yeah. Yeah, it's crazy. I never thought that like in this version, um, what do you call it? Like you can use heal wounds. You can basically heal wounds because of Wanzi healing. Yes. The rule with Vinestalkers is potions don't heal you. That's the only rule. So God's abilities and wands work. That's why actually Vinestalker Death Knight is quite good because you start with a god that gives you health. Like I can drain life here and be okay. But yeah, like Ellie, Red, Trog, Rue, all Gozag, I think. I think they all heal. By 18 wands didn't work? That's surprising to me because it just says like oh wait. It says it right here. Potions and wands cannot restore your health. All right. It wasn't grayed out. It's still not grayed out. Yeah, it just doesn't work, I guess. I was wrong. Could have sworn it said only potions. Oh, I guess. Well, I guess it's not completely useless because it works on like friends. Ugh, oh well. At least I found out now. I'm glad you mentioned it. I found out now and not like in a fight. Wait, how come these air elementals look like more realistic? The last ones were like, oh no, those were water elementals. Heal your bone dragons. That's way too much micromanagement for me. What am I training, by the way? Oh yeah. I got the Invo title. I only have one mutation pot. Oh wait, I don't even want to. This version has cure mutation. I just haven't found any. Yeah, I can't hang on to it for bone dragons. My inventory is too valuable. It's going right on the floor with the berserk pots. These water elementals with feet look so ridiculous. The giants I love. The giants with the crossed arms, especially the stone giants and cyclops, I love. Uncursed ring of regen. Okay. Don't think I'm wearing that over cold. I know, I love it. I used to love that in like I love any enemy that does that. Like if you ever played old Golden Axe, whenever you come up to like the most of the enemy bosses start out with like their arms crossed and they laugh at you. And then when they'll start fighting, they'll like hit you in the head with like a gigantic hammer. You'll fall on the floor, and then they cross their arms again and start laughing. It's like the best thing ever. I think Soda Popinski does that in Mike Tyson's Punch Out. When he knocks you out, he like crosses his arms and starts laughing his ass off. It's so bourgeois. That weird ass dagger. Look at that guy. Guy's throwing giant rocks while with his arms closed, with his arms folded. Okay. I need to get to 48 AC to... That's the next pip. More food. Still finding un-ID'd potions this far into the game. It's always great. Potion of Confusing. Great. Wow. Executioner. I should probably move away from that, just in case. Wow, 2 Ice Fiends, huh? That must be the Lich, right? I think I'm just going to read Teleport. And Fog. And then just move backward. Yeah, just let those Ice Fiends kind of calm down a bit. Okay, this looks like a different batch of dudes here. Man, this lag is crazy. Let's drain. Drain. I'm curious what my regen is. I wish it showed it. What if I hit myself? Hmm. Yeah, it doesn't even give you like a flowery description of it, really. I guess I could like next time I'm low on health, I'll just walk and see how much regens per step or whatever. It looks like it's at least 2 HP. I don't know. Old versions, the older you get in versions, the more Crawl hates information. But it looks like it's around 2 HP. It seems like every time I take a step, I get 2 back. Let me see something real quick. Okay. Ooh, a lampifier. Take that. Yeah, I mean, I know it got buffed at some point. But yeah, a lot of people didn't know how good or bad stuff was because it just wasn't transparent. Or you had to like really like investigate things, you know? It's probably why so many like players, like old players, like are like people who code and like they know how to like investigate this type of stuff. Like I don't code, I don't do any of that kind of stuff, so I rely completely on in-game information and okay, we gained an AC and just like experience. All right, so I'd probably train fighting here, but I don't want to. Let me train a little bit of Evo. I don't want to. I was gonna say I don't want to go above Invo, so I might train them simultaneously just to make sure I don't. Yeah, no, I know. It was like a fairly recent version where it got bumped up first to 1.0, which was crazy, and then it got dialed back to like 0.8. I just remember not like regen amulets not being very high priority at all, and then them becoming the best amulets, and now they're just like pretty good. Yeah, I mean, I think a lot. It's not even just roguelikes. Like when I played the video games back then, were very like part of it was you're gonna figure stuff out and it's going to be hard to figure out. Like, you know, a lot of the old text adventures like Zork that I played were like that. Um, there was just hidden information, and you had to figure it out. And you know, there was stuff that was unfair. There was like stuff where you could mess something up and not be able to win the game, and you wouldn't even know it. I mean, but it was also like back then you didn't have access to so many. You didn't have access to information. You also didn't have access to so many games. Like when you got a game, you were playing that game for a long time. So it's not like you were gonna just like hop around and play 50 other games. Like you got really into games you played because you played the shit out of them when you actually got them, especially if you were young and didn't have money. Okay. Um, what is that box over there? You know, Crawl's like philosophy has just changed a lot. Like it's a lot more about tactics and not spoilery information or being like just like kind of like a weird situation simulator. Oh, it's wow. This is an old vault, I guess, because this vault's still around. Okay, we still have depths 5 on this version. Yep. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay. Let's go down. I mean, regeneration is good. It's basically just extra HP. So it's often gonna be worth like, you know, it depends. Like the longer the fights, the more HP you gain and all that. So and it definitely overperforms in places where you don't rest as much, like Abyss and Extended. On straight up melee guys, man, this lag is killing me. It's just drain. On straight up melee guys, G Spirit's going to be better for sure. Unless you have like a god ability that's like a panic button, that could be bad. Yeah, but I mean, like usually on a character like a Spriggan or something with very low HP, like having regen is very good because it's essentially like, you know, if I've got 70 health and I do a fight where I gained 7 HP during that fight, I basically had robustness. So I'm gonna wear that a lot of the time over So, some other amulets. You definitely had cheese, but you also had Zot 5 with no blink scrolls or POG or controlling teleports. So that seems worse. But I don't think like that kind of stuff like the cheese definitely requires game knowledge. It's definitely harder for a new player if like you're counterbalanced to like you have less information, which is bad for more casual players, and then if the counter action is the things which also require more info, that's like a much harder game, right? Certainly harder for melee if you don't have access to those spells. Yeah, I found like on these older versions, like heading into Zot is like is really dicey. You just feel like if you get teleported into a lung, you're in huge trouble. I don't know. I found like the newer versions to be easier. That's my personal experience. You just you get more consumables and yeah, the no blink in Zot, no POG or blink in Zot thing is kind of crazy. There's also no control teleport in Elf 3. Yeah. Yeah, for sure. Well, I think like if you don't play the new versions, right? Like the longer you play older versions and then you maybe like come back, you play like a couple games and then like the more you don't play, the more foreign the new version is to you. So you don't really have like a good grip on, how tough it is really. I would say like if you don't have putting like if you don't have perfect knowledge of the game, the new versions are 100% easier like just for that alone because they give you so much more, everything is so much more intuitive. Um but there's also just like a lot of bullshit in old versions, like monsters being able to quaff potions and stuff like that, like that you don't see. Um, the 7 or 8 turns of paralysis you can get hit with. There's so much nonsense. I don't think I'm ever using this lightning rod, I guess. Yeah, there's a lot of weird like stuff that used to be one thing and now it's another. Like different piece of Different piece of gear. Let's see. What do I got for scroll of brands? 3 of them? Okay. I like Drain. That's a good flat brand for a quick blade. That's plenty. Yeah. I'm going to train fighting, and I'm going to also train Invo just because I don't want my fighting. This is not like optimal or something. It's strictly for title. Okay, next is probably going to be slime. Man, the lag is crazy. Like, I can't tell you. I hit this button, and then I went to get a drink of water, and halfway through the sip, the thing popped up. I guess we're just putting on an amulet of corrosion. I don't think I have it. Yeah. Yeah, we'll do slime, we'll go shopping, and then we'll go Zot. Okay, seems fine. Is there anything I want to drop? Okay, there's a staircase. Oh, right. Eyes are draining. Oh, acid blobs look all weird. The acid blobs look like corduroy. It's like they're from the 70s. Okay, this is gonna be a very old school strat of I think there's a version where maybe the walls don't even disappear; they just kind of turn to rock. Oh, look at the baby TRJ, so cute. It's like we met him in high school. Haste, might, agility. Yeah, agility sounds good. We're not gonna move toward him. We're gonna let him get close. We're gonna net him. He devours the net? Whoa, pre-net royal jelly. All right, I guess we're just going to attack him the old-fashioned way. Blam, 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 he's dead. Yeah, it is old school. It's actually, like, kind of a buff to the player to be this way because it doesn't open up. So it's, like, very easy. Like, you can see, since the walls don't disappear, it's, like, less spaces for things to kill me. Yeah. Well, yeah. Maybe those are simultaneous. Like, because when he retreats, then you just get to net him. That would be good. If I had any of my terrible wands, I'd use them here. But yeah, we don't even need to teleport away. We can just kill these things piecemeal. Okay, let's hit this. Hit 2 at a time here. What is that? Oh, it's agility. Why didn't you pick it up? Oh, okay. There's that enemy I didn't see. All right, let's drop this. Give me this. Terrible ring. It's kind of a bad resist fire ring. I guess. I guess I'm gonna just keep the armor I have and swap to the ring when I fight an orb of fire. Okay, another bad ring. Not the best loot in this slime. Yeah, that one tile TRJ looks so weird. All right, let's go buy some stuff. Okay. I'll check out the Cutlass too. Why not? Oh, we can drop corrosion. Never wearing that again. Yeah, I can drop that. All right, I'm just gonna grab Invis pot, and then we can head to Zot. Okay. I'm going to take a 2-minute break. Just go to the bathroom, get a drink, and then we will finish up with Zot. Just get myself there. We can take a look at the opening floor. All right, cool. Be right back. All right. Okay, cool. We got 6 mapping. It's got to be enough. I don't even know what these do. Okay. Hellfire Burst, huh? It's exciting. Oh, boy. All right, well, how about you guys go get them? This is a shifter. Can I hit him from here with file? Because I would like to do that. No, this idiot's in the way. Yeah, let's hit that guy with file. Let's drain the whole squad here. Grab some life and kill that one guy. And let's think now everything's well under control. Okay, random draconians without good jobs, I think, are just owned one-on-one, pretty much. I don't like the shape of that vault. I don't know. Let's drain, keep our health up. Hit these guys with the lamp. I love the two-eyed tentacle monstrosities. I am a fan of. If I play a an octopode, definitely going to use one of those. I don't have to explore all this. I could just go downstairs. This other staircase is so far away. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna finish off exploring the right side and then maybe just ignore the west. Man, this takes a long time to get going. I don't know if it's lag or if it's just like certain commands seem to take longer. Like whenever I hit Shift X, it seems like it's like loading or something. I don't know. It also feels like Tab takes longer to work than an arrow key does. All right, yeah. Let's head down. Okay, all the downstairs are in one spot pretty much. Yeah, the Shift X command takes forever. Like there's like a 5-second delay on Shift X. Yeah, let's like, I'm gonna explore and find the other staircase here. This up staircase. Oh, it's a hatch. Okay. And then I'm going to probably dig from the staircase that's good to the down staircases. Okay. See, I don't think in this version, I don't think traps are always apparent. I think you have to be next to them and find them. Because I find that these vaults often have a lot of dispersal traps and just traps in general. But I don't know. Maybe that's not always the case, or wasn't always the case. Let's pull these guys back. Okay, this seems fine. I'm safe from dispersal traps. They're not exploration based. I don't mean exploration based. I mean like like when you get near them, they appear unless you step on them. That's kind of like how a lot of these old traps work. Let's drain here. Oh, they just don't exist. Really? Okay. That's good to know. Yeah. Oh, thanks. I didn't know they were like so new. Wow, they've been around since 23 only? Wow. I don't remember. Like, it's funny because I don't remember. I've been playing so long and I don't remember the implementation of those. I feel like they've always been around. Like, dispersal traps seem so like a part of Tomb. Oh, right. Yeah, yeah, that's true. Hmm. Yeah, yeah, yeah. That does make sense. The worst is the someone stepping on a net trap and it trapping you is just the worst. It just feels so wrong. Like it feels like you should be able to lead things into net traps, not like that. You know, I don't know. Oh, okay. Let's back it up. These guys seem pretty serious. Okay, this is a decent spot here because can't be pushed. There's a toe. It definitely makes it tense. Yeah, it's not usually like spam, but there's generally like there'll be like one in those in view of like the staircases on Tomb 3. So it makes it harder to do safely. But I did Tomb 3 recently on that high score run and I was like, well actually no, but somebody told me that wasn't true. Like I remember going there and being like, man, it's way less dense with monsters. And I think I heard someone say that was the plan, but then they told me that wasn't implemented at all. So it was just kind of like in my head, I guess, or just like maybe an anomaly. Well, it makes some positioning matter because you're trying to position so that stuff doesn't step on it, or you're either trying to position or control line of sight. Man, shift X is just like really hard to use on. I use it to save time. I'm not sure it's even saving time. I feel like I'm loading up a musket to move here. Okay, if I can break line of sight. What's giving me a resist-elect? Crown? I think I'm going to lig here. Yeah, this is fine. So I just don't want to get tormented. Hey guys, why are you attacking the mushroom? Attack the toe. Okay, let's go down here when it lets me and dig through and check out this last staircase. Just want to have all have all the staircase accounted for in case if I get teleported or something happens and I need to use a different one, they're all safe. Yeah, I don't think it's as big of a deal as it is in NetHack to like have the resists. I mean, it's very good to have them, of course. Okay. So I'm gonna go in Viz here. Seems like a good place to use it. Okay. Oh, one of these guys doesn't belong to me. I was like, what's happening? Here in Zot 4, I'll probably just explore the whole thing. Stairs are pretty spread out, and it's just generally a good idea. There's a lot of doors, too. There could be a spot where Orb of Fire gets locked in if it's a good spot. How's my skilling look? Is it like... Yeah, I guess I'm just going to keep training fighting. Don't think I need more Fan of Gales. Ooh, Scroll of Fear. I certainly want one of those. Okay, Zot 5. No Orbs of Fire in Zot 1 through 4. It's like been pretty rare for me lately. There's Zot Traps yonder. Wow. Okay, there's some stuff. Let's enslave this corn. Move behind him. It's a bit of practice. I prefer not to. I don't need to practice. I know what they do. I don't want to. I've got like no cure mutation and one mutation pot. The less I get mutated, the better. Like I've got resist mutation, but the amulet has spirit and resist fire on it. It seems kind of crazy to put that on instead. Why? Because I don't have any other choice. I don't have cure mutation, so does it cure mutation at all? Or is it just like always bad? No, I don't have any cure mutation. They just mutate you? No, there you have it. Big surrounded, huh? Gotcha. All right, let's go invis. Do I have dudes? Looks like no. Okay, get drained. Where the hell am I? Oh, okay. Yeah. This is what it's like to fight shifters. Yeah, well, I mean, I don't have any bad mutations, but... Oh, yeah. But, I mean, at least, like, you know, at least resist mutation existed, I guess, right? Yeah, I mean, in general, Vinestalkers are pretty well equipped for Orbs of Fire anyway, just because the anti-magic bite is very good against them. That Gold Dragon just watching like a fruit, like creep. Is that Cure Mutation? No, it's Restore abilities. All right, last batch of Draconians before we head in. Oh, that guy's not dead. Okay, we got marked and marked. I'm just gonna step on this one too, and then cancel, and then move back. Actually, haste is probably good here. Recall, and then let's see what comes out. No, here comes some stuff. All right, let's back it up. All right, not too bad. We didn't get anything new. How's that lich going? Damn, that's a lot of ancient lich. Quaff haste. Let's kill this lich real quick. Oops. Oh, he's trampling him. I'm like, why is he running back? All right, no, what's it called yet? Mutes. All right, oops, there's another one. Let's step behind you. Let's haste. Might. I'll put on this resist fire over. Oh yeah. Over the cold. I'm gonna go up here. Maybe if he fires this way, he's less likely to hit the other dudes. Vision blurs. That's a bad one. Although maybe less bad. I mean, I'm not blinking anytime soon. It's still not good. Frailty 2 is no picnic either. But I have no say in this, really. It's just that's just what's happening. I have no ways to cure it. So let's move back here. Try to make him not trigger the Zot trap. Okay, here's a thing. It's fog. Back up. Haste. Might. Ugh, I don't like it. Okay, this is better. Let's drain this guy. Might, agility, fast. Okay. I'm gonna quaff magic. Does Drain Essence work on these guys? Ugh, Slag is killing me. Wait, what just happened? I just want to know if Drain Life works on... Just says monsters. I don't know. It seems to not work great. Let's give me a dude. I shot it out there just in case it gives me a fire elemental, because that could maybe distract it. I didn't really want to use fan and maybe blow it back and be hit at range. No, I used it and it seemed to, like, I gained... Oh, there's the fire elementals. They're just not engaging. What was I going to say? I used it and I gained like 1 HP. It was probably just from regenning though, not from draining. But yeah, this is what I'm talking about like why I think these versions are harder. If this is a new version, I just blink. I could just blink back twice and go heal up. And I also probably have ways to cure, like, that blurry vision is not making me very happy. Read summoning. It blurs in front of my eyes. Lovely. Okay. I want to do it early, because if I get Moth of Wrath like that, I don't want to... I want to know about it before I'm, like, low on life. Okay, good. The Moth of Wrath died. Oh, shit. There's a orb of fire there. Okay, got him. Oh, sweet. I got Berserkitis. Awesome. Well, I got clarity. I think that helps. Yeah, they should be doing cartwheels, right? They should like the animation should like rotate them as they move. Oh wait, I don't have coal, do I? Okay. Mm. Oh right, I think my bite is suppressed in lig form. That's why it's taking so long. I was like, why am I doing no damage? What the hell? Cancellation doesn't cancel tree? Or does it just like make it less long or something? Come on, man. This takes so long. Yeah, I think that might be it too. It seemed like when I did it, it seemed to go to faded pretty quick. Nice thing about red is the orb run is real nice because all the enemies or all the allies are still hanging out. Oh man. All right. I don't remember the lag being this bad. And maybe it is just lag because I don't recall it being like this in my other games. Damn, there's an Ice Fiend. Oh, it's because I'm my blurry vision. I was wondering why that stuff wasn't working. Because, yeah, it just feels like I'm moving through molasses. Oh, yeah, you might be right. Maybe it is just that I'm with red. That wouldn't surprise me. Faye Vine. Sweet. Yeah, I'm no real pro then, because I'm definitely not going 15 with the orb. Barely get up the dungeon in 20 minutes. All right, sweet. I think we got a unique title. I don't think anyone's ever gotten this one before. All right, pretty standard Vinestalker, except for the, long dead god. But other than that, I mean, I think even a new red character would probably play pretty similar, where like very strong, and then in Zot, just everyone dies, and you're just kind of almost atheist. But yeah, I gotta go. Thanks everybody for joining me. I'm really gonna try to upload that last TC video today to my YouTube page, and I'll be back tomorrow more than likely with something new. And if anybody wants to see something in particular, just let me know in the Discord. Yeah, no problem, Mr. Pink Dev. Thanks for hanging out with us. Shout out to everyone lurking, new viewers, and old viewers. See you soon.